Good morning. We're back live here. A little bit of a late start today. It is pouring rain outside. Kind of just a sleepy day. I think what we're going to do is we're going to look at the experiments from last night. They seem to have done pretty well. And then we're probably going to just do some work on Terraform. Probably a good thing to do today. So we have a good number of new results. Got Pong. We got Breakout. Now it is moderately annoying to me that we don't get a full 200 experiments because of the way that protein sampling takes quite a while. I think if there's any easy way to like improve that. There really isn't. You kind of just need like the data set just kind of grows a bunch. Fun. Our current solve is $24 seconds. Thank you, Captain. My bad. I don't know. I just have days where I'm just like off, you know? Feel like kind of tired. Not super focused. Pong definitely worked very well. Look at this. So Pong we solve in 3 seconds. Then this breakout sweep, for some reason, we don't quite get the sub 20 with this one. How are you able to get it that fast? Protein, new algorithm, frame skip. And we can look at it. I mean, this is just like all the new advancements from 3.0 stuck onto this. Like, okay, here, this is a 3-second solve, right? I like this one. This one's pretty consistent. Time steps. Time steps versus score, maybe. Oh, this is funny. So it's actually at min total time steps, meaning that this could have been even potentially lower. Because it doesn't let you train for less than 10 million. So possibly we could get 2 seconds. Hang on, I got somebody at the door. Okay. All I really want to do right now with these experiments is pick 2 new environments to run sweeps on. Let's do Enduro and triple triad. Be good. Enduro and MOBA. MOBA might be good. Yeah, we'll do MOBA. MOBA's actually really easy as the thing because, like, the opponents aren't very good, so all you have to do is learn how to run it down. And, like, press your buttons. It's still cool, though. I don't know, man. The main limitation I have in dev at the moment is just, like, I get really, really good dev days, and then I need some rest. So, I have a slow start of the week. It's fine. We got that crazy bug fixed on Monday. I had, like, 14-hour stream on Sunday. Fixed a few things yesterday. Gonna be a few days before I'm fully recharged to, like, hammer out a new sim or whatever. Multi-agent training. Oh yeah, self-play stuff. Little harder, but we can... I don't think I would want to start on that for, like, competitive self-play. I think I'd want to make... Again, like, if you want to do science side work with us, we have ways to do this. They're, like, very intentional ways we can set it up now. I think I have the formula to smash pretty much any individual area of research we focus on. It just takes, like, some env work and such for things not burn out. Yeah. I try to figure out how to get, like, more consistently productive days out of myself. You know, there are things that help: good sleep, good exercise, good diet, which I'm doing pretty much all of. But, I mean, ultimately can only be at peak performance so much of the time. I think what we're going to do today is try to get just get, like, some new experiments running, so we, like, keep making progress on that. The new machines are delayed, unfortunately, to Monday, not Friday, which kind of sucks. So, I think we're going to work on just Terraform and stuff in the meantime. We're just kind of, like, do some chill sim dev. So this reward for tower is... This is getting clipped anyways. No. Really simple new M. Yeah, I mean, I can tell you exactly how we do this, right? So, like, we build an M to specifically just test out the dynamics of, like, competitive play. We build, like, the simplest possible test case. And by the way, this was a really bad idea before Puffer, because, like, pretty much, like, getting RL working on a simple or hard M had a fixed cost to it, where, like, you would just have to fiddle with things for a certain number of weeks. But now, because Puffer is, like, so consistent and reliable, like, we can probably just knock out a couple simple test M's to figure out dynamics of self-play and such, and go from there. Like, you literally, all you need is, you need some sort of game that has an elo curve of some variety. Like, where, like, it is possible to get better and better at it. And you also, the actions have to be somehow dependent on your opponent as well. It can't be like you just ignore your opponent. I mean, heck, Connect 4, which we already have, would work, right? Has an easier action space as well. Pong would be dead simplest, yeah. So Pong, the thing is, I think there's a pretty low skill floor to Pong. You ideally want something with a higher skill ceiling. Actually, like the Robocode Env that Tosin was like trying to finish would be a good one. There are a lot of things you could do. But pretty much you just build a simple env like that to test. You build something ideally that has like a good scripted bot as well with it, right? So like the scripted bot's actually good. You pick an env where it's easy to do that. And then you compare training versus scripted bot to like training versus self-play. And you make it really fast. You can just smash all this stuff very easy. $8,000, so we do 100 M's per core. How good is Connect 4 scripted bot? Not great. It's very hard to make like good search-based bots because they're slow. Like the easiest way, frankly, is like hidden information games are usually the easiest one to make bots for because you can just cheat by having full information. I'd have to think about it for a bit, but I would be able to come up with something like no problem. Or you can, right? There are all sorts of like new M's and such that I want to build. It's just a matter of getting 3.0 out, getting myself rested. The last few weeks of like the last several weeks of 3.0, it's just been a lot of grind on all this fiddly bits. Oh. I'm gonna do 60K. Now see, this is the annoying bit. Below 128. Do 120. Can you do it this way? Yeah, that works. Okay, so as long as we keep the agents a multiple of 128, it's fine. I'm actually curious if this just trains. I can see that they're leveling. Gradient levels going up. And there's perf going up. And it is solved in 30 million steps. So this will be a super easy sweep, I'm sure. This one will be actually an interesting sort of a test. We'll do a max of 400 mil. Mean of 200 mil. That'll be fine. Ah, so this is what died. This died because of an internet outage. Did not help, so we'll ignore this. Have a good morning. A little bit of a slow start today, Tyler, but we're doing well. You defend this week, right? You said? That's one terminal. And we have the second terminal here. Tomorrow, good luck, man. Get some rest, go over everything. Presumably, you've, done the thing yourself, you've gone through the presentation out loud a ton of times. Best thing I can say from my defense is, I gave that presentation to myself probably at least 50, maybe even 100 times before I gave the defense. I put no effort into the manuscript whatsoever. Like, the manuscript is just all my papers stapled together with some whatever, filler in between the sections. I did write a decent intro conclusion. That's it. But yeah, I put a lot of effort into the defense itself. It was good. If you can get it videoed and stick it online, it's a good idea. Not one yet? Jesus, do that, man. Yeah, just what I would do is I would spend all day just giving it out loud in your room to yourself. That is it. Can't record? That's okay. But yeah. The delivery of the thing is honestly the most important part. A lot of my slides were just random images from earlier papers just pasted on without any even real editing. I put all the effort pretty much into the delivery and the flow of it. I would not even care if you have I would spend no more time on polishing slides and I would just focus on delivery. That's the most important thing. My 2 cents. Yeah. I mean, I didn't leave this out, or I didn't do this, or what. The most important thing is that the core of what you're doing is well delivered and flows. That's all I can say. Okay, so we've got now, I will monitor these throughout the day. We've got our next 2 sweeps going. I think 3.0 I can rebuild real quick, right? Yeah, I can rebuild 3.0 real quick. I mean, not 3.0, the box 3. And that'll get us one more experiment. I feel pretty confident in my presentation skill. You can look at my thesis delivery, and you can decide whether you think that that was well delivered or not. Did pretty well on YouTube. It doesn't come naturally to almost anyone, I will say. I don't really know anyone who can give an actually good presentation unrehearsed. It's very, very rare. You basically have to be a businessman who just gives presentations all day, and then it's not even that you're natural, it's that you're so well practiced. So yeah. 5 years. Yeah, well, the thing is, so am I, but it atrophies. Like, you see the way that I talk on stream is nowhere near as polished as when I was giving like conference talks and things. It's just it atrophies, right? I'm here, I don't talk to almost anyone throughout the day. It's actually one of the reasons I started streaming, is that at least I narrate my thoughts in some sort of coherent manner, and that helps a lot. But yeah, it's mainly just you need the reps. You just need the reps on it. And I mean, I am somebody who has actually put substantial effort into getting better at giving presentations specifically, right? A lot of people, it's kind of just like, waved aside. I actually did. I didn't get focused on getting better at writing papers at all. My papers suck. Like, it's not that they suck. Like, I can't write good papers. I can't write good academic papers because I hate the style of them, and I just never put the effort into like getting that style done the way that it's expected. But presentations, I actually did put effort into, and it takes freaking effort. Like, I don't think still today I could not just put a presentation together, not rehearse it. Like, even if I spent 100 hours on the slides, like, I still wouldn't have it be the way I would want it to be without having gone through it a ton of times. I don't want to wipe this box yet. Yeah, I don't want to actually wipe this just yet because I don't have to be fair. I'll leave this one for now. I'll leave this one for now. I'm gonna not mess that up. I'm gonna go just work on Terraform. Okay, I think what I want to do for this is dozer is load, and we have capacity. Go to the step function. You can do scoop. Let me just, I don't like the way that I've done this. Three actions. Three. Car. Vote. Okay, so what we do here, map height, this is fine. Okay, so we have to load the dozer by 1 unit, I believe. Okay, so this is don't overload. Okay, so that loads the bucket. This one is a lot easier, I believe. Can't make it over 6. Okay, so we unload the dozer like this. Now we got to do the rewards. Target height as well. Get the target map going in here. Gonna be an initial target map. Make it 5 height. Hey, bet. We're doing Terraformer. Man, it's annoying, like, it's like kind of like a sleepy rainy day. And the way that I would get myself, really energized normally would be to go for like a hard run or something, but I got this screwy knee, so like I can't even. I gotta be really careful with all my lower body training. I can't even do a push press, which sucks. Like I got half the equipment in the back is for doing that, and I can't even do that lift. Speaking of which, let me at least get my shoulder training in. Limp. Well, to be fair, even when I'm not injured, I'm usually limping from just being sore from training. Divide this by this. Never heard of Pip hanging on Pufferbox? I don't know. I haven't heard from him. Oh wait, no, I have. Let me see if he's. Let me ask him. Paper. No, this isn't it. What the heck is it? This. Really high latency. It booted me. There was one internet disconnect. We were switching over a network thing. It should have only been a minute or two. Like I said. We got Enduro running a sweep, by the way. Nice environment. There we are. You got the Enduro. That looks pretty good. We have here 2-day completed in, or 3 days completed almost in 200 mil. I actually don't know. The sweeps are going to be a little bit weird with Enduro, right? Because, like, even if you have a perfect policy, like, the game just takes a very long time to play. So I imagine that, like, for any fixed budget of steps, you're probably going to get a, you're going to get, like, slow hypers, would be my guess. Depending. But then there's the score on this. I mean, this is ridiculous. This is this 1E? I think it just solves in, yeah, this literally solves in like 10 million steps, not even. The MOBA's not going to need a full sweep. Takes 4 minutes. Yeah, but how many steps is that? Because, like, you have to multiply the number of steps by the number of ends, and that's how many samples you need with perfect play to complete a day. Hmm. Oh yeah, bet. I got a bet-sized project for you. If you're interested and want some RL clout. I would want to clear it with this guy first. But, you probably know this name. Where is he? So this guy here, he just released this thing. He's, he was responsible for a lot of, like, early Atari stuff as well. So it's already in C++. I would have to clear it with him. Like, you know, get his blessing to do a port of it. But it looks like very, very simple code. Like, this is nothing. Where is it? Jim Agar. Yeah, so there's, like, it's just very little stuff in here. You could probably port this thing to be like a single line puffer env. And get it to go really, really fast in puffer. If you're interested, let me know and I will try to clear it with him. One line it. Gem's open. I figured, like, I just saw it and I was like, ah, that's a bet-sized project, you know? Bet-sized project meaning, like, it's the type of thing that would probably, if I were, like, assuming I'm actually having good days, it would probably take me, like, 2 or 3 days to do. Um, and, like, it would stop before the code gets unmanageable. Do it in a day, easy. I don't know about doing it in a day. That also means having it, like, correct in training. Okay, vibe coding, just, like, prompting a thing to output whatever does not count, bet. What? The Claude env? No, I don't, like... These things are very brittle. One shot of puffer env? I mean, I did the target env the other day, right? The target env took me like 4 or 5 hours, including all the docs and stuff. Actually, we can make this easier. What we can do is we can do delta pre, and then we can do delta post. Pretty good. Just issuing a coding challenge. My guy. That's the whole stream. Yeah, so that's not the issue, right? The issue is that, like, you have absolutely no way to scale complexity because you have no control whatsoever over the output. So, like, as soon, like, if is that's the problem with trying to vibe code shit, right? Is it's like this fuzzy algorithm that just screws with everything, and, like, you have no control over the reins, really. You can increase the dims of the grid, right? But when you scale complexity, you just don't know what the hell it does. And ultimately, being a shitty manager for a shitty programmer is way worse than just being a good programmer in every way. Okay, Spencer's also got stuff on the box still. I don't know. I'll be excited about LLMs programming when they're actually good at it. Like, in my mind, what's happened at the moment is like we've made modern software a complete dog shit mess with like layers upon layers of abstraction to the point that we now teach people how to program in the worst way possible. All modern software is a nightmare, and then we kind of just throw up our hands and let an LLM do the buggy mess we've created. When like, if you actually go back and optimize the whole stack, like software could be 1,000x better than it is now, 10,000x better than it is now. It's just hilariously bad. But LLMs don't do that yet. All they do is they do the buggy mess version in a way that humans do, faster but a bit worse. Like, I'll be impressed when you have LLMs that actually first principles they reason and go, yeah, no, this is a mess, and they actually start optimizing the stack. That's what I would find exciting. That's not just a meme. That's like the way anything that actually works gets done. Good. Who's doing it? Like any good programmer. What do you think Puffer is doing? Tyler is defending tomorrow, Jason. Not public, the defense. But yeah, good luck to him. No, like there are a lot of people who do this. Like a lot of the low-level devs. I mean, like look at like Rayson stuff as well. Look at Raylib. Raylib is just a fantastic piece of software. The tiny grad guys are trying, to be fair. They're golfing the shit out of their code for no reason. But other like if you ignore that, then what they're doing is pretty cool. Well, I mean, the vast majority of things being shit doesn't mean you can't make stuff that's good. I mean, like, woe and behold, there's a curve to everything. And, like, you know, the exponentially farther out things are exponentially better. I mean, the best way to learn is to not just go with the flow of everything, right? It is to actually think through things from first principles. That's not a meme. The meme is modern. Like, the modern software is a meme, really. Getting a floating point error in compute puff advantage. CUDA. After I started converting multi-discrete actions to continuous. Yeah, that doesn't take actions at all. Captain, it is... Oh, you know what you're probably getting? You're probably just getting a numerical error because continuous training blows up. Why are you doing continuous, though? At least for my test, and it could be a bug in Puffer, but I don't think so. Because, like, we can repro all the 2.0 stuff in continuous just fine. It seems like continuous doesn't let you use anywhere near as aggressive hyperparams. Converting multi-discrete. But did you change your action space from multi-discrete to continuous? Or are you just converting them in the env? You should still discretize the action space to multi-discrete for the policy. Okay, that's correct. So you're saying that you started getting... But then you're saying after I started converting multi-discrete to continuous. I don't... So you've been doing that the whole time, haven't you? Like, what actually changed? I bet you can just, like, stick the UV install on box 1 if you got time for him. Instead of in C. Doing it in Python now. Did you remember to adjust the types? Like, check the type of the actions, buffer and stuff in Python, check the type in C. Because, like, you getting a floating point in error just is like, you're probably blowing up a loss or something. The only way that could happen. There's this big fat bluebird here. It's just sitting on the feeder and chasing away every other bird that tries to get to it. Is literally infinite food. And this asshole won't let anyone else have it. Modified the size of self-dot actions, yeah, so you probably just have a mismatch between Python and C. Garbage in, garbage out. Multi-discrete as... So what changed? Fine when training on CPU. Something weird there. But why is this getting called a second time? Oh, you dummy. Will do, Captain. That's half the reason I stream.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep.
All right, let me share my screen. I'm probably doing, well, no, I don't actually think I'm doing something obviously stupid because it works when training on CPU for some reason. Here, let me show you what I did or what I'm doing so you
Pull it
understand
up.
what.
Yeah, I'm this bot as well.
Gotcha.
We'll take a look at your bug on the stream. Okay, what do we have here? We have
Okay, so yeah, I have basically two maps. So yeah, what I'm aiming to do is um I'm supporting both continuous and multi-discrete actions, but for the most part, I'm just going to be using multi-discrete actions. Uh, and this is the way I have multi-discrete. Just aiming and moving. Um, I just have basically X and Y rolled into one number just to make it easier
hmm?
and faster for multi-discrete. Um, so yeah, pretty self-explanatory. And then I have this map that, yeah, basically if you put in like 0, that's going to give you this continuous output, so on. Pretty simple. Same for continuous aiming. I give you 16 aim directions. So that makes sense, right? Okay. So what I'm doing is because the shape of this is 5 for multi-discrete and continuous is 7 because it really does not work well if you use like polar coordinates for moving or aiming, it needs like separate X and Y. So 2 for move, 2 for aim,
Okay,
3
so you get
more,
multi-discrete.
7. Yeah. So if we're multi-discrete, I just set the action size to be continuous, which is 7, which is fine.
Wait, 7?
Um,
Where's 7?
it's just this is 7.
Why
I
is
can
it
just send
7?
7. I just said because
I see 5
move,
actions.
huh?
I see 5
Yeah,
actions.
this is 5, but for moving, for continuous moving and aiming, they're 2 per. So it's X and Y, because
Okay, so let me see how
continuous
you
is,
set this.
yeah. So I pass the first two, or the first integer for multi-discrete is just going to be moving. So I pass that into continuous action movement, and that gives you 2 out because it's an array of 2 here.
Hmm?
Um, and then I do the same with aim, and then the rest I just cast to floats. I concatenate them all, and yeah, and I can show you that in like Python debugger, show you what that looks like if you want.
That floating point exception, like, can you put a try except around it or no?
I can, well, the thing
Or
is,
is it
yeah, I
like
mean,
segfault?
it's in the CUDA itself. I get it.
Well, I just want to know what
Like,
the inputs are. You give
okay,
it nans?
yeah. Well, that's the weird thing. I'm printing the actions, and it's not the actions. It's something.
Well,
It has to
actions
be
doesn't
something
even
like
go
the.
into that.
Yeah, it's got to be something like maybe the advantages, or
Yeah,
you're
well, I
confusing it.
I would
Yeah,
suspect that something is going in as nan or int for whatever. So I would
is this the
just
one
go
time this
check,
is called?
yeah, right there.
It's called twice, so um, I don't know. I'm not sure which one it's called at. I'll just do it in both. What does the robustify, by the way, mean?
Make this function more robust.
Ah, okay.
There's some annoying stuff with kernel strides. You have to have a multiple of 128 agents.
Should print everything, right?
Well, that's gonna print tons of data. I wanted you to put like a try except around it, but sure. And that's literally gonna print like millions of elements unless it happens instantly.
Well, I have it.
Does it happen on
Yeah, I
first
have it just
epoch?
running one env.
Does this thing happen on like the first epoch?
Pretty much
Okay,
like that, basically. I don't know
sure.
if that'll work. All right. And then where is this call again? No. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't happen in Python, so it can't catch the exception.
Okay. So, I mean, like any of, is nan or is inf, something like that.
So basically, just before I
Yeah,
call
just
this,
check if you've got any nans or, I would just go check if you have any nans or infs in any of the tensors. Because that's the most
this,
likely, frankly.
how would that happen?
Tons of things, right? Tons of places for numerical instability.
Is there one that just tells you if it's an or if inf is,
Times. Just
huh?
is numpy like is in for like times numpy is nan, right? Or plus, I think. It would be plus, not times, because times is both. Oh, hey, Solar. Print mean and shape. I guess mean would give you nan or inf if there's anything in there, maybe. It technically doesn't have to be nan. It could be that there's some giant value that then when you put it into that function, gets turned into like nan or inf, right?
Well, so what would be easier? I'm in this GDB right here, and I've broken right where this exception
Okay,
happens. Do
so
you?
then you can, well,
Yeah. Do you?
I have to print all the stuff from there then, which is like, there's like some data container for this thing, right?
Yeah, I don't know. Like the tensor bit, because is this like C++ technically? Because this.
Yes. That's the Torch C++
Oh,
API with CUDA.
yikes. Hmm.
You can see that there's the Torch stuff in this is painful. The CUDA is actually really easy and simple. The Torch
Yeah.
bindings are a pain in the ass.
This is so strange. It's just really weird how this only happens in. Uh.
Yeah, CUDA's a lot more finicky about what it'll blow up on versus what it won't.
Hmm.
Do you get like nans or anything in on CPU or no?
It doesn't seem like it. I don't get any exceptions, at least.
I'd be pretty surprised if we had a difference in the implementation. I'm pretty sure they're just copy pasted.
Look, so I mean, you can see like pretty much immediately. Um, yeah, I print every time I take an action, so not even one epoch, I get a floating point exception.
Well, you're printing actions though. You're not printing the actual tensors going into
Yes,
advantages.
I'm just saying, like I do a couple of steps and consistently, I
Well,
get
yeah,
this
but like it
exception.
could be that somehow some other change screwed it up, and now you're nanning your other values, pulling some torch into rust.
So yeah, it doesn't matter that.
It's just annoying, Solar. Like it's like dealing with the torch API like stuff is substantially more obnoxious than just dealing with CUDA and C. Like the build system was especially a pain in the ass to get the extension to build correctly. Because like they have this extensions dir where they just like stick all the extensions, and like if you get it right, it shows up there. If it doesn't, it just doesn't show up, and you don't know why. And then like also the way they have stuff set up, it's really difficult to do Like, the way that their fallbacks work, it's kind of tricky, like in Fiddly, to register fallback functions. Like, it's kind of hard to like have a shared implementation that's like a piece of C code and then have it run in CUDA or run in C++. You kind of just have to copy paste the code the way their includes work. Build issues in C and C. That's the thing though, it's not. Like, all of our C in Puffer is so easy. It's like the simplest, easiest code. It's great. I love it. It's like as soon as I have to deal with the Python build system or the Torch build system or anybody else's stuff, that's when things get annoying. RC is really easy.
Okay, yeah, now this is weird because yesterday I had this training, and now when I remove my main change, the other changes shouldn't really do anything. It seems like I'm still getting that exception, so that's really weird. I'm gonna look into that. Maybe it's not what I thought. But I had this training yesterday with basically the same changes.
Yeah. There's you know the way to not have include problems? All your code's just in a file somewhere. Can't have
Well, I
any
don't have
include
include.
problems.
I don't have include problems. I just have
I was
like,
a chat captain.
oh, my bad.
But here we have Terraform, it's slow, and we do fast. Fast. I don't know why it has two windows. Yeah, we got Terraform, random agent. Terraform is a terraforming sim. I'm working on this env. The goal is for the agents to take this landscape and then terraform it into whatever we want. They're like simulated little bulldozers. What I'm working on anyways.
Did you start that from scratch at some point?
Started it with Spencer 2 weeks ago.
Oh,
We
nice. I
spent like
didn't
a
know
day
that.
on it, and now I'm like fiddling it. It's literally this thing has had like maybe 10 hours of total work put into it.
Nice.
Like kind of sleepy work at that. So yeah, that's literally how easy it is to get our stuff rebuilt for our training. I like how this Neptune stuff, it's like they have this new pricing and they advertise it as being like so much faster than their competition, and it still takes 3 seconds to load anything.
Hmm.
Modern software, man.
Yeah, I know.
I asked I got like a brand new like really high spec Razer laptop. Came with Windows 11. It took an hour to install, no, 2 hours to install Windows, like to update itself so you could use it. Had like a bunch of spyware and garbage on it, and then like you go to open any application and it takes like 4 seconds. And then I asked my father
Yeah,
to do the same on his new Mac, and it's like 3 or 4 seconds to open an application. And they make it seem like it's not taking that long by making the icon bounce, but it still takes 3 or 4 seconds. And it's like, what the hell, man?
yeah. At least
Like,
on a Windows stuff, I pretty much
boom,
always
I
just
have
like,
instantly on my new, it like works instantly. Like, what the hell are people doing? And this is Chrome, which is not exactly
yeah.
iPerf software either.
Well, if you're ever buying like any kind of Windows laptop, Mac's a little better about this. The first thing you should do is like reinstall Windows like fresh because yeah, the amount of crap they just load on there is insane.
I just have Ubuntu on stuff. Okay, so this gets 0 reward now, which is interesting. Probably this is incorrectly set up. We get different there.
Okay, that's so yeah, this doesn't seem to be a bug with my code. It seems to be a bug with my particular set of parameters. So if I run in serial with like one env and a mini batch size of 16 and a M or BPPT size of 16, I get the floating point error. If I run like how I'd normally run for speed, it actually is completely fine.
Yeah,
So
so
it's not actually
like I
my
was
code.
saying, it's like there's probably something's exploding or whatever,
Yeah.
which is then giving you a floating point error.
Okay. Yeah, I was doing that to debug it because I've had another error, but okay, whatever. So I guess I'm fine then.
Yeah.
Cool. I think I'm ready to just finally PR this then.
Awesome. Gonna want to get the models training on this. You
Yeah.
got you have a box, don't you, to like run this stuff on?
I should, yeah.
Back
Is
online.
box two? Okay, cool.
Literally on the shelves behind me. You can see a couple of the lights blinking in the background.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, it'll go focus on that. I gotta get my shoulder training in.
All right, let me make sure these changes are actually sane.
Ah, you dummy. The problem. Definitely it. Still 0. Of course. Still 0 reward. Right, that's screwy. We're definitely seeing reward here. Not getting recompiled somehow? Tower climb, neural MMO. I see Terraform in here. Or there's Terraform. Terraform is getting compiled. I guess we have to, we didn't add it to end of returns probably. Yeah, we forgot that. This should be pre minus delta post. You got training?
Uh, the bindings accept truncations, right?
I do not have truncation set up. Like, it does not actually populate that
Ah, okay.
at the
So
moment.
I'll leave that in then. Is there a reason?
I just haven't done it, and I'd have to do it for every env. Also, I think it's
Um,
kind of stupid. Like, the fact that they did that in the API, like they split the gymnasium API and added an extra buffer for that, I think is kind of lame.
I think there was a good reason for it.
There was a pedantic academic reason for it.
Yeah, it doesn't work for enable truncations. Okay.
Okay, so we have episode return at 2.0. Is interesting that it is stuck there. That seems like an indicator of something.
I was able to delete 200 lines of code because I didn't need some stuff anymore, so that's good
Good.
overall.
For some reason this is stuck at 1.0, which is equal to 200 blocks moved, I believe. Ah. Which is kind of a suspicious number to be stuck at. Oh, it's the bucket capacity. So it probably like loads all that dirt and then doesn't unload it, I would imagine. Wait, so delta capacity is probably too high. So it's just loading the bucket and it's refusing to put it down right now is all. Still doing it. The reward wrong or something? refusing to unload any dirt. I should make it human playable.
All right, Joseph, I just made a PR for Impulse Wars. Note that all the bindings work, but it still doesn't build. It still requires CMake to build, but all I need to do to get it not to require CMake is just update our box 2D forks to just build archives, and then after that, basically just do the same thing Raylo, like download the archive and then slot it in and build with it. And I tested with it. When I build an archive locally and like tell setup that Pi to mainly load it, it works fine without CMake. So
What is this?
yeah, so um, yeah, that allows you, that kind of solves the problem we were talking about. That allows people to just like add whatever methods they want to their own Python module.
Oh, cool.
So if you want to look at binding.c, you'll see how I did it.
I better not see any deck refs in here.
Nope. If you do, I would be extremely surprised. I didn't do any of that crap. Yeah, no LLMs were used in making it as well. Shouldn't say none, but like extremely few. And obviously, like, I mean, I'm a responsible programmer, so I don't vibe code.
No vibe codes. I saw Notch, the Minecraft creator, was recently posting that he's making a new game and he's hiring people, and he says no vibe coders and no new line curly bracers.
That's funny.
Those were the two requirements.
I mean, to be fair, you can use this formatter to solve the latter problem.
Yeah, but it's a philosophical problem, right? You can't be working with a new line curly bracer.
Yeah, so you can see I just defined my methods as what I want it to add, and then it works fine. So that builds all the other M's fine because it only adds that
Yeah,
function for my env.
I'm fine with you doing that. I don't think it's a good solution for like. I don't like that the thing is exposed basically via shit macros for people
Yeah,
generally,
but
but we'll keep it for you. That's fine.
I mean, it's C. I don't really know how else you can do it. But the thing is, like, no one else will really need to care about it unless they
Exactly.
actually need it. So it's not changing anyone else's env.
Does this thing fail build all of Puffer's environments if you don't have Clang 20?
No, this is just for my specific thing.
But like,
So,
does the setup.py trigger your env build? Or do you have to build this from your
um,
subdirectory?
so I'm pretty sure right now I need to ask you about that until I get like the archive automatically building and stuff in another repo. It tries to build mine but fails. So is there some way to like exclude it
Does it
temporarily?
fail the whole build?
It fails to build mine, and then like I think fails, but it builds
So,
everything else fine. So yeah, I think
what does
so.
this prevent you from building the rest of PufferLib right now?
Um, let me try now.
That would be an important thing to know in a PR for a pre-release.
Yeah. Is there a way to exclude my M from building from setup.py temporarily?
Um, it's gonna look for that binding.c file is the thing.
Hmm. So if it doesn't find binding.c, it won't try and build it.
I believe so.
And okay, I can just rename it,
You
and then I'll just
probably
add it
can.
to. I'll just add it to rename it back.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it just won't work if I don't rename it back. So let me try that.
Yeah, ideally, like if I like the rest of this is fine. It's so far it's I think yeah, if you just don't break my build and then have it in a state where I can compile it manually so that we can run sweeps. Because ideally I want you to have some good agents on this for release.
Yeah, I added a README with like basic instructions to build it for now, but like it you've built it before, it shouldn't be bad. I added also explicit things like you need to install because like the things that you're running into you need to install. You just need to manually install the raylib dependencies because it's building everything from scratch. Whereas you don't have to do that for PufferLib because you're just downloading a pre-built archive. So that's the only annoying thing, really. Okay. Yeah, if I just rename binding.c, it does not break the build, so let's make sure it builds in my CMake, and then I'll push that. And then you'll actually be able to see. So right now the tests are failing because I'm presumably because of that. But after this,
What
the test
test?
should pass. The test that guy committed,
What did he
like
commit?
they just try and build.
Oh,
So
yeah, I haven't checked those in a while. Those get checked before I ship packages. That's about it.
it's a good indicator though of whether a PR will break the build or not.
Yeah, but it's like you fucking have to sit there and wait for 10 minutes after committing your code to see. Like,
I mean, again, you don't have to wait, but it's a nice, useful indicator.
I leave them in there, but like I don't actually look at them until I'm ready to like commit a build release, and then I see like okay, it's screwing up on Mac, and I go pull errors. Um,
I don't know. It personally, they just seem like a nice indicator. Like if they're
if
passing
they ran
on whatever.
instantly, then yeah, but they don't.
I mean, can't expect them to run instantly. They are still pretty fast, I would imagine. And the thing is, though, like you can ignore them, or you can just I
Well,
don't
yeah,
know.
that's what I do. Is I ignore them until we're ready to get a release build, and then I go fix. I make sure that they're working for the release.
The thing is, though, if they're already working on the branch, and then you have a PR that it fails, that's a useful indicator. It's like, okay, this PR broke something.
Yeah, but like I don't get that feedback, right? For like basically all these things do at the moment, like all these things have been useful for is ruining my Gmail inbox. Because I apparently these things trigger notifications by default.
Yeah, you can turn that off.
Yeah, I need to because I missed my tax return in emails because it got buried in this shit.
Yeah, I would definitely do that then.
Yeah.
All right,
I
let
don't
me
know.
commit
I
this.
don't like processes, like additional like processes by default because they bulk everything up and slow everything down. Like the only
I get
reason
what
I
you're
even have them
saying.
here, like the only reason I have them integrated into GitHub is because they run on different platforms. Like I can't run a Mac test locally. Like I would way rather they not even run by default on every PR, and I just have a button I can press to run them when I want to.
I mean, aside from the emails, there's literally no downside to running them though, because it's not running on your compute.
Just adds a bunch of like it just adds extra bullshit. Like look, every single PR now has a bunch of bullshit like with like all these tests like test failing this that.
I mean, you're entitled to your opinion, I guess, but tests can, especially honestly, tests are the most useful. They're useful for people if like if I'm just developing my own single project, like depends on a project, like I may or may not have that many tests. But if I'm having a project with a lot of contributors, that's when I would have a lot of tests because I would just be paranoid that other people are gonna screw stuff up, like what happened with Bet, and it's just like inevitable, right? I mean, or you, it
I
protects.
mean, I just like the thing is I see so many projects that have like the strict coding standards and their code is still fucking dog shit. So it's like
I mean, that's not like a direct correlation though, and I mean, I'm not saying you
it
have to
doesn't
like
seem
have
like it
100.
like the thing is it doesn't actually seem like it helps you with the things you want. And actually all it does is it kind of locks you more to your architecture because like this is why I don't like having tons of tests, right? As soon as you start refactoring things, you break all the tests. So your choices
I
are now to
mean,
do double the work and now also refactor your tests or to just delete the tests.
well, it depends on what kind of test you have, right? If you have super tightly scoped unit tests, then yeah. But if you have like very broad integration tests,
Well, the
then maybe you
integration
just
tests are
call.
retrain it.
Yeah, you don't have any of those automated though, right?
Well, it's a training run. It doesn't run instantly. It's
Yeah,
one
you could still
command.
do that in Action, so. All right, why did these fail though? So Mac ones seem to be failing.
I mean, all of PufferLib is like all of our experiments are CI in a sense. I actually the one thing I did relent on recently is I added some things that do serve as tests, but I think that the way that Raylib did it is actually genius because you dual purpose your tests as examples. So, like you write examples, and if
Oh
the
yeah,
examples
that's
run,
that's pretty standard.
that's I mean that's great. Well, it's not standard because I see a lot of like tons of projects where they have shit tons of tests that they have to maintain for no reason other than maintaining the tests.
No, but a good test suite will also, yeah, like, or yeah, use have the tests as examples. That's a really good. And I
But
guess
like
it's
having a
maybe not
PyTest
standard,
test that
but
you link somebody to is very different from having like an example. Like I
yeah,
do have a couple of tests that I actually use. For instance, like I have API tests for a couple of things where it's just like I just like throw some common misuses at the
yeah,
environment and I try to make sure that I get API usage errors back instead of internal errors. Like I have a
sure.
few things like that. I'm not mad, right? Like I actually do a little bit of it. But like I don't know, when you really start over testing stuff, it's just like it slows dev down. And there's nothing I value more than keeping everything like really simple, concise, and easy to do stuff with. Like as soon as stuff gets big and bulky, not only does it slow development time down, but personally, I just get bored and my productivity drops to zero, and I actually lose the ability to work on the code base.
I mean, let's be clear. Like, I understand where you come from, and I'm not advocating. Like, again, I'm not advocating for like 100% test coverage. Like right now, our tests, I think, just build Puffer. All I'm saying is it might be useful to like run, build, and then try to run every Puffer env with like the minimum number of steps just to make sure they run correctly without like completely erroring out. Because that would have, if I remember correctly, there was a couple show-stopping bugs near the 2.0 release that sort of thing would have caught. Um, and I mean, you could expand it if you wanted, but even I think that would be a good signal. Also, someone PR something to one of the Puffer M's and then it runs before, now it doesn't, and then I
Yeah,
don't
the
know.
Ocean M's I can do that with. I mean, I have a few small tests that I am going to clean up for the release. Um, Stuff like that's generally fine. It's more the unit tests that drive me mad
Hmm.
because those will legitimately break on every single refactor.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, and that's part of it is the cost of doing business with unit tests. Part of it is yeah, like testing what actually like should be tested. I don't know. Testing is a
Well,
whole
but the thing
separate
is,
thing.
people do
Like,
actually like legitimately aim for 100% test coverage and then 100% like typed everything in Python. And at that point, it's just like I don't want to read your code. Like literally, you just tell me that I know your code sucks.
I mean, yeah, I don't
Like
think
just
most
based on
projects need
ideological approach,
100%.
I know your code sucks.
Okay. I have some projects that are not Python that have like very high test coverage though. Would you say they suck just ideologically?
No, I think the Python. It's specifically when I see the combination of it has to be typed and it has to be tested, then I kind of know.
To be fair though, the code that I did that for was security-based code, like it was some
That's
kind of
different.
custom like firewall stuff
That's
type
different.
stuff. So yeah, that I was trying to test the shit out of that thing because I wanted to make
At
sure it
that
worked
point,
on
then
a
it's
bunch of
like you don't even. It's
machines.
not even testing. You need to fuzz that.
Yeah, and which I am. I actually, yeah, I spent a lot of time on a fuzzing or fuzz tester, which is pretty nice.
Yeah, that's a different story, and that's fine.
Okay, so these build on Linux, but the Mac tests are failing, but it seems unrelated to me because I get, if you look, there's like errors building tactical. So I don't think like that's a me problem.
Tactical builds.
On Mac, apparently
Oh, on
in the
Mac, I
CI
don't
build,
freaking
but
know.
yeah. It's this is weird though. Let me look this up. It's error around c.close or c close.
I might have to. I might have to modify that. But the thing is, that doesn't have a binding file, does it? Or maybe Bet added one. I don't freaking know.
It must have because it's I don't know. Hold on.
Okay, we are.
Oh, I think what the issue is binding has wait, no, this is weird because it passes on Linux. Yeah, somehow when building Mac, it can't find the C close file or function. That's strange. I don't
Out
know.
of
I
my
don't think
chat.
it's my problem though, but it's still a weird problem.
There a freaking clear button on the chat. There we go.
Oh, I think if I had to guess, I think what it is, so there is no C close defined in tactical.h, and I think the compiler configuration on the Linux like setup basically just doesn't care if there's an undeclared function call, but on Mac for whatever reason, the default stuff, it will just treat it as an error. So I
Okay,
think that's
I
all it
guess I'll
is.
have to fix that then.
Yeah, but again, doesn't seem like something I introduced
Yeah.
because Linux builds are fine in the CI and locally.
Yeah, Reds, the release is going well. We're kind of just running experiments for that and then doing other stuff in the background while the experiments run. Kind of burnt on release work. It's like, it's pretty well good. We've got experiments going. They're doing ridiculously well. Um, see, here's Enduro. Here's Enduro. Yeah, that's really good. MOBA. Thing. Harder to say with this one, but I think that we'll be able to just kill these later today, and we'll have good hypers. I'll at least give them like 50 runs plus each. We'll keep doing more experiments.
So yeah, now that the build is fine, you think is it fine to merge? You do want some other changes?
Yeah, that's fine. You update the PR?
Yeah, yeah, go check it out. You can check the latest command, then like I said, you can see that the Linux builds succeed in CI.
Thank you very much.
You're not gonna look at what I changed before you merge it.
No. I'm gonna fix it if you broke anything.
Man, you're a trusting man.
There's only so much I can look at when you send me 21 files changed with,
No,
all
I'm just
this.
saying like the latest commit was like tiny. I would personally just would have checked that before um I merged, but you do you. Because I'm just paranoid person, especially when it comes to my code.
Yeah. Well, it's not like I can't revert it.
True. All right, yeah, I guess I'll start a sweep then.
Gotta feed the puffer. Thank you for your contribution. Feed the puffer. Trying to understand something in PufferLib. Let me an example. So here, I'll give you our new example M's. So just go here to Ocean. Or not to Ocean, to Ocean in 3.0. There are 2 tutorial envs and a template. There's a template, which is like a very, very minimal env. It just contains the, like, just to get you started, a runnable, trainable env. And then there is Squared, which has a single agent, like, sample code. And then there is Target, which has multi-agent sample code. Target, here. Mixed structure output, like multi-head output, forced head. We do not do that at the moment because no M's actually do that. Like, there just, like, are not environments where that's been an issue. If you really want to do that, what I would suggest, first of all, is just discretizing the continuous ones. Because from our experiments, discretizing the continuous action space just does way better anyways. So just make the whole thing multi-discrete. I went very deep down that rabbit hole, and, like, we support a bunch of structured stuff, and we don't use any of it in our new M's now because it's a pain in the ass. Like, it works better than any other structured data processing stuff out there in RL, and we still don't bother with it because it's just so much easier to keep everything flat and simple.
Yeah, that was something I was skeptical on, but then because I use structured stuff for like my Super Mario env, but then if you're writing it in C, yeah, I think it makes it a lot simpler. Just keep it flat and perform it.
Well, Python code is just trolling. It's, like, so freaking slow. I mean, I talked to somebody who had a pretty cool sim yesterday, but they were running it, like, single-threaded in Python with rendering on during training with DQN.
Yeah, that's not gonna be a good time.
Hey, Georgie, I apologize for my pronunciation of your name. Georgie, I think. Welcome to stream. I would like to know why this bulldozer is not unloading its dirt. It's like learning not to unload anything. Right, I was gonna make it human playable, right? Where I left off? Neural MMO, I saw multi-head outputs. Create and treat the full output. Yep, that's what I did for Neural MMO 2.0. And that still works. That one is still very simple. For 3.0, I got smarter, and I managed to do the whole thing in a single discrete variable. And it actually is, like, a very interesting action space. Basically, I designed Neural MMO 3 for, like, what if you were just playing this thing only on a keyboard? And it works tremendously well. Multi-discrete is fine. If you want multiple. And this end here, this is multi-discrete. Multi-discrete is also fine.
It's nice to have the internet fast again with puffer boxes. That was very painful. How many months ago that wasn't?
It's
Days.
it's still not, like, I wish we could get a 10 gig line here, man, but we can't.
This is fast enough.
It's a 1
I
gig
mean,
line. Like, I'm on a farm, and there's not even gonna be 10 gig at the intersection, right? You'd have to go to, like, a business
yeah.
district. But just to get to the
Mhm.
intersection of, like, the road where you can go to places is 2 miles.
Dang.
So it's not like just a 2 mile R driveway, but like a shared, like a few different, like, farms and things. It's 2 freaking
Mhm.
miles. I've done mixed distribution predictions using Mazer. Working very well, but it becomes. It's not that it's hard, right? It's just a pain in like the infrastructure and like the inference like in infrastructure code's just a pain in the ass is all, and it's slow. That's the only issue. And like, why bother? Basically it. Maze RL? What is that? Dated package. Is it maze because they do mazes? Because we kind of have the best mazes.
Seems like it.
It's kind of funny how many of these like little RL projects there are that just died. And it's like, you know, I used to see like, oh man, look at all these other RL libraries trying to do this stuff. And then like a year later, it's like, Puffer's kind of the only one still doing these things. Like, it's still going really well.
Okay. M training impulse wars on the puffer box. Wonder what I should sweep. Let me see what the default sweep stuff is. You set torch deterministic to true default? Wouldn't that slow it down?
Not when I was testing it. You can try it. See if it makes a difference.
One sec.
Okay, so I'm playing it here. I'm the quad cursor, none of them. RuneScape. I have like probably 3 or 4K hours in that game. In old school. I stopped playing because the thing is actually cocaine. Like that game is straight freaking heroin or coke or whatever. But not before I got a dusted omelet. Chrono Cave, all that sweaty stuff. Yeah, I need to like print out the bucket or something. Okay, so it's not letting me deposit. There's definitely something wrong with the sim here. Like fix the angle or something. Okay, so this is me here. Okay, so holding shift does not do anything. So let's figure that out. This is just to like, I don't know, lazy way of setting conditional breakpoint. Terraforming sim I'm working on. Okay, so it's just straight up not registering this action for some reason.
So what are the like how does this env work? Like what's the action space? Like what's I guess good behavior in this env?
What do you mean the simulator itself? It's a simulator for like it's simulating Terraform. It's written in the C code here that I'm working on.
No, I meant like
I was talking to chat. What do you ask, Captain?
oh. Um what does a good policy look like? Like what is the goal? I know it's to kind of terraform, but how does one actually do that ideally?
There's a target map, there's a source map, and you convert the source map to the target map.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Initially, the
So,
target map is just flat.
and the action space is just moving around, so they're just trying to like move through hills or
Move
what?
around, load bucket, unload bucket.
Ah, I see. Gotcha. And then there's a place where they can unload, and it just
They can
does
unload
it.
anywhere, and it terraforms, right? Like they unload
Yeah,
the
yeah,
dirt, and
okay.
it terraforms space.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
All the
Hmm.
sim code is just yours, or some kind of simulation framework. I mean, it's mostly just really plain vanilla C, but then the way that we hook it up to the RL, that's PufferLib, which is our set of reinforcement learning tools. Because like we train agents to play games and to terraform the ground and do whatever else we're doing. These are all our sims. Here's like miniature version of League or Dota. We've got like miniature MMO here. We've got like arcade games, and they all have like neural nets that play them in your browser. So that's the general idea around here: high perf simulation and reinforcement learning dev.
Hey, off the top of your head, do you know how many actual CPUs are on the original Puffer boxes?
24
Like, what
cores
should I set the number for workers to?
is probably 24.
Okay.
No, PufferLib does no. So the actual simulation is just hyperf C. PufferLib just makes it really easy for us to run a whole bunch of these and get all the data to the main process for reinforcement learning very quickly for PyTorch and all that. Um, the rendering, we're using Raylib for that. It's like low level, nice graphics, and then I mean PufferLib has like 30 plus thousand lines of C for all the simulations at this point. We've got 20 different M's, like games, sims, whatever you want to call them.
Is that accurate with Impulse Wars now?
20 plus now, right?
I don't. Yeah, I think mine was like, I don't know. Mine was a lot. I can't remember.
Yeah, because it's like 30K lines now. With it was 20K for 2.0. I think it's got to be well over 30K.
Okay. Yeah, Impulse Wars kind of inflates it though, because I kind of bundle some like single header dependencies like in. But anyway.
Yeah, we kind of got to do something with that because I don't like you messing up my line counts.
It just really makes me laugh. It just, I don't know, just the things you it's just funny to me, the things that you're important to you versus not, just very different.
Well,
Not
I
bad,
just
just
like to
different.
see how much stuff we've done in Puffer.
Yeah. Um, so I'm about to start a sweep. Do you mind just like really quick, just double checking my params if they're sane, and then I'm probably just gonna hop off and do some other stuff.
Uh, Hoopa, we completely like Gym. We use some of their stuff, but it's like pathetically slow. We are 1,000 times slower than their default tooling. Um, Majoko is also horribly slow. We have it running like 10x or plus faster than it normally would through PufferLib. If you run Majoko with PufferLib, we've done like contract work on Isaac Gym before. It's annoying. It's kind of okay. We could do more Isaac Sim, but we're not really focused on robotics at this point, unless we have robotics contracts active. Um, but generally, like any of the existing frameworks out there, we kind of just go like 1,000x faster with the stuff we have. Let me see what you're. Let's see what you're looking at, Captain.
Yeah.
And hello, Ox. You don't need GPU parallel rendering. You need
Where is that?
parallel sim. I a chat, Captain.
Oh,
Yeah,
my bad.
Yoko and Isaac FG. Yeah, you don't want to train on render. You're trolling if you're training on rendering over partial local state. Like
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
to give you an idea, like most RL labs are training at like low thousands of steps per second. Some of the better equipped ones are in the tens of thousands. Maybe they're like a single digit number of them in the hundreds of thousands. The majority of our experiments run millions of steps per second. So like it's just dramatically higher perf with what we've built. You can
Turn
take a
off
look at
my.
like some of the stuff on the repo. We've got a 3.0 release coming out now soon. We've got new hyperparameter tuning. We have fundamental algorithm improvements. We got a lot of stuff. All right, let's see your sweep.
See, how to turn
Why
off
are you
Discord
6 buffered?
notifications. What?
Why are you 6-fold buffered?
I need to change that, like the VEC thing.
Yeah, you're 6-fold buffering there with batch size.
Yeah, I just updated num-mems and num-workers. I didn't update anything else.
You 24, you could do
Um,
3-fold, for instance, with 8. I actually don't even know how good this is going to be on that Intel architecture anymore, because we did change the way that VEC works a little bit. So we'll see.
okay.
Got
I'll just
num-ems.
try 6. So num-mems I actually make configurable because I'm not really. That actually seems
Wait,
to be pretty sensitive.
256 with 156 times 24. Yeah, that's reasonable. And then
Well, the stuff I really want you to look at is like the sweep sizes and stuff.
okay, so you're sweeping the number of ems. Does it really take 250 mil to do anything? I guess that
Um,
makes sense with your env.
yeah, it really shouldn't take that long. Well, yeah, I'm gonna start to sweep over sitting duck just to make sure it's fine. It shouldn't take that. Let me see.
Batch
I could
size
probably
is
lower the
fine.
min.
Do you not have mini batch size in the sweep?
No, I should. I just yeah.
Oh, there it is. That's a giant one for the max there. We have gradient accumulation, so that shouldn't break you.
Do you think it's too high of a max?
Maybe, but it shouldn't break because it'll cap you to 32k anyways, and then it'll start doing gradient accumulation, which is fine. And learning
The mi-
rate,
the min's probably too low though, isn't it?
yeah.
What
I
should I
mean, it
set the
should
min
learn pretty
to?
quickly to not do that, but and then we
I
have
don't know.
ent coef, it's fine. And like a lot of these, you don't need to like modify from their defaults. Like there's ent and like value function. All these things are in the original.
Yeah, I was just setting like the mean to be what seemed to work okay.
Mhm. Fine, you can run a sweep, and then we'll see where that goes from there.
I guess so. If I just want to leave everything as the default settings are, can I just say change the mean of something but leave the min, max, and scale and everything else?
Probably you can try it.
Okay, I
I
might just
think
do
it
that
works.
then.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'll
The
try
way
it.
I'm loading configs, I would think it would work.
Yeah,
The only thing you can't easily do is delete like things you don't want from the defaults.
yeah. You can't just set them to be something else though.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, let's see if this works.
Okay, so we got Terraform sim. This should get us breakpoint. Yes. Okay. Bucket action is 2. Okay, so I see the problem. It wasn't letting you unload on 0. That would screw it up. Thing unload any dirt? Hard to tell. Very tiny amount of dirt that it can hold. But we'll try this. Might have to run the M's for like way longer now. The Terraform. You know. Ah. That is immediately better. Like consistently learning now.
Is there a reason why your default sweeps over vec num M's?
Yeah, so I made it so that I left it so most of them have like 1,000 agents per core now, and it'll just use more cores because that will automatically work for both the faster and the slower M's. Like when you have more agents, it'll just do more cores. You can change it for impulse wars if you want. I think
Yeah.
it wouldn't be the worst fit though, depending on how you set default num M's.
Well, I'm thinking, is there a scenario where it wouldn't make sense to use well, I think what works best for me is the same amount of M's as there are workers. At least what I've seen on Impulse Wars. Like if I have num M's equals 24, workers 24, but I'll just remove it for now.
Huh, they really like this specific mountain for some reason.
Is it just where they happen to spawn?
No, they all go to this mountain. Okay, I think we have to make the bucket amount much better. Load and unload amount 10. We're gonna make the bucket capacity. What would a full scoop be? 1,000. I want to like actually see this do something, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I want to see them terraform. Actually, oh, this
Oh, I
probably
figured
skews
out.
too much.
I figured out what the train misc time was, by the way,
What?
in Impulse Wars. I accidentally set I because I was testing. Basically, I had some tensors in my policy that were allocated in the CPU, not on the GPU, so it
Yeah,
was
that'll
kind of
get you.
transferring between them. Yeah. So once now I'm getting um numbers that are like higher end time. Well, everything's actually just higher, but the end is a little bit higher. The forward time is still like 56% evaluate forward. I don't know what is so slow there. I guess it's just multi-discrete. I don't know. But anyway, I'm gonna hop off and do some stuff. But thanks for your
Hey,
help.
Captain.
I got an Impulse War sweep running, and hopefully in the next couple days, I should be able to get that archive thing, and then we can just have, Impulse Wars building like
Hmm?
just with setup.py. But is that a hard prerequisite for release?
What?
Impulse Wars building in setup.py.
Hmm. Yeah, but we can special case it.
Okay. I mean, it shouldn't take too long, I don't think, because I actually don't even need to modify anything in Box2D. I just got to make like a GitHub Actions thing that just builds it. So
I mean, it's
it
just
shouldn't
like
be too bad.
otherwise the thing is it's not going to be usable out of the box, which is kind of shitty.
Yeah. No, I agree.
Yeah.
Oh, but one thing I did want to say, I don't know if this realistically matters, and this is kind of one of the downsides of not using CMake. The way setup.py is, I don't know how to configure it such that Box2D is only linked in to Impulse Wars. The only way I know how to do it is basically link Box2D into every M, even though mine needs
No,
it.
it's
Because
because so it's you just have to, like I said, you'd special case, you would add to the C extensions, and each extension takes separate extra link in compile args.
oh, okay.
So it's very easy.
Let me look then, really
The only
quick.
thing that's annoying
'Cause-
is getting those archives. But if you get those
yeah,
archives, then it's just a one line build.
okay, yeah, we can talk more about it when I
It should be a
actually get it.
little bit less terrible now, also without the Scython. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know. Let me know if it sucks. But I
Okay.
think I've made it easier. I hope.
Oh, and by the way, like it seems like a couple days ago someone posted a PR that fixed the Mac build issues.
Okay, I gotta merge that then.
Yeah, it's basically just ignore certain warnings. That's all it was in like the setup.py.
Okay,
So it seems reasonable. Yeah, I take a look, then all the stuff will pass.
will do.
But
That would
cool.
be useful. I'm gonna
Talk to
do
you
a little
later.
bit of stuff on Terraform, so we have hopefully. I want to get like post 3.0. The goal is that we start doing a lot more industry adjacent ends, because Puffer's also got to
Hmm.
grow business side. So I'm gonna be working on Sims. I'm gonna be looking for other people to work on Sims that are slightly more industry side, and then like looking for companies that want our stuff, and trying to get some bigger contracts. Because I can be buying, a few servers here and there, but if I want to like really be providing hardware and growing this thing, then yeah, I gotta grow that side of Puffer as well. So mix of algorithm work and sim work is mostly what I'm expecting to do.
Yeah, I'm sure you're happy to get back into sim work, like you said, because yeah, that's
I'm
honestly,
so freaking sick of release stuff.
yeah. I mean, if it makes you feel any better, um, yeah, just I mean, I've been working on and off of dev for the past couple months, and it's really nice to have things be more stable and just working, nice error messages, like all that stuff. Like it's noticeable and it's really nice.
That's
So
good.
I know it sucks, but it makes the
Yeah.
experience a lot better.
No, I know I gotta do it. It's just like I gotta get back to doing like
Yeah,
Sims
yeah.
and other things as well. There is more core research I want to do as well, but like I think it's kind of at the like I work in blocks or phases, and I think the next thing is like, all right, let's get Puffer to having some like pretty solid ARR where I can like
Hmm.
actually be funding like spin-off research and stuff more consistently.
Yeah, makes sense.
That's the goal.
Cool. Well, yeah, once I'll be running some sweeps and check back in with you, but in the next like couple weeks or something, once 3.0 is released or something, I'd like to maybe start doing some multi-agent research on like kind of like what we were
I
talking
can
about a little bit
absolutely get
earlier.
you set up on that type of stuff.
Yeah, because
I mean,
yeah,
there's so
I
many
don't
cool
think
things
it.
that would be so easy to make now. Like, really, if you just think about like the things that you wouldn't want to do before, like in 2.0, because like it would be hard to get the RL working versus now, dramatically different.
Mm, yeah, with protein and muon and all the other stuff.
Yeah,
Ex-
like
well,
I'm gonna have this terraformer thing working pretty darn quick, I imagine, and like that's like an actual industry use case. It's just gonna be like easy.
hmm. Yeah, I am curious to see how fast, like once you get once the env itself is done, how and you fix like the the inevitable RL related bugs, how fast you're able to train a policy. Because I know, for example, well, I didn't watch them live, but I saw you had like just looking back and finding other videos, you had a ton of videos. It seems like it took you a long time to train a decent MOBA policy, even though, like you said, the opponents are not difficult. It just took a long
Yeah,
time to
now it
fine
just
tune
works.
everything. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I'm curious how fast this will be, but
Yeah.
it'll be cool to see.
And these guys are terraforming stuff. Like I can see the terrain moving. I think I'm gonna like accentuate it so that it happens faster. Um, but yeah, this could be pretty cool.
Or maybe light up, like if they move something, kind of
I
highlight
think what
where
I'm
it.
gonna do is yeah, I'm gonna like change the color map because it's just hard to see this
Yeah.
color map, but it's also kind of difficult to get Raylib to load nice colors in. So I don't know.
Mm.
I might like have to do like some unrealistic like debug mode map.
Yeah, that would make sense. But I like I said, I think oh yeah, I can see them moving some stuff. I think it might also be nice to kind of, I don't know, have almost some kind of like ghost outline of where stuff used to be, or I don't know, some way of making it more obvious what they're doing.
They're definitely moving stuff around.
Yeah, I see it now. Yeah.
I mean, I just trained these guys for 30 seconds, and they don't have enough time like before the end resets to really do much. So
Mm.
I think that's gonna be yeah. We'll have to mess with that. But
Oh,
like they're building, I don't know why they're building stuff. That's kind of funny.
when are you resetting? Are you just hard resetting it like n number of time
Yeah,
steps?
like 500 something
Okay.
steps.
Yeah, that's not a ton.
Terraforming sim will
Okay.
be really cool though.
Yeah, that is cool. It's pretty simple, but also well, the idea is simple, but it's also kind of somewhat
Well,
complex
but like
learning
imagine
dynamics,
if
I
I can
imagine.
actually just like take this map and turn it into whatever I want, right?
No, yeah, I know. That'd be really cool.
Like let's say I run this for like 100k steps and it just like turns it into whatever I want, right?
Yeah, this sim is kind of tough. How do you actually decide on a good termination condition? Or I guess it'd be. I guess you don't have this in the new bindings, but it really be like truncation or something. But whatever. Because yeah, how do you decide like they're not doing anything? I don't know.
I mean, I can literally just set some reward threshold where like once they're not getting enough
Yeah,
reward.
yeah,
I
that
don't know
makes
why they're
sense.
building stuff. That's kind of interesting.
Yeah. Well, I gotta go. Thanks
All
again
right,
for
see ya.
help, though. Got a sweep running. Hopefully, it does well.
All right, I will continue working on terraforming. Thanks, Captain.
See
Bye.
you.
Okay. I think we're gonna see if we can get really cool Terraform demo today. We'll make that the goal. I'm gonna have to mess with the rendering a bit. I'm gonna have to mess with the policies a bit. I think they also just have to move more dirt at a time, or I have to run the rendering way faster. One or the other. But yeah, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna use the restroom, get a couple quick sets in, and we'll go from there. Oh, almost forgot. All right. First things here. 2048 steps. Max dirt height is 32. And then they operate $2,000 capacity. 120 FPS. Okay, let's have a for Mikado. We got some score. What are these guys gonna do? Oh, they're actually doing something, it looks like. It is actually like slowly getting smoothed out, isn't it? Hmm. So I guess what we do is render texture. Load texture from image. You have like procedural texture. This is cycling. Gradient. This is just image gradient. Right to I guess the real way to do this would be a shader, right? Yeah, let's just do quick shader, I guess. What's the simplest env I have that has a shader in it? MOBA? Okay, shader 30. I get this thing. This is for mobile. Only has fragment shader because that's all we need, right? Probably can use like a way more basic shader than this thing as well, no? Fragment text chord. Yeah, I need the fragment chord. Let's get this thing loaded in first. Load shader. Blokes. These are probably ints. Yeah, so these are all ints. I think you just need the X. Do you even need anything to be passed into this? I guess texture 1? No, you don't even need this. I think you just straight up model from mesh. Draw the model. Okay, so right here, in shader mode. FS. It's been a while since I've done shaders. This should just, you should just get this, I think. I'm trying to remember which of these are like standards. I think you get texture 0, and then that's all you get. You don't need any of this crap. Texture size? Is there a way to like get shaders? Hmm. X coordinate dot X. Calculate the scaled texture. We don't need the text coordinates. Input vertex. Oh, I think it is. Is it this frag text chord? No, that's a vec2. How do you get the okay. You need vertex position. Vertex color. You need a vertex shader? I think that you get a default vertex shader, don't you? That's actually what I need, is I need to know what their default shader is. Where is... Default shader attribute locations. So it has position. Okay, so this is gonna have all the attributes. Where is the Raylib default shader? Dang it, I don't know where it is. Come on, Raylib. Would be in source. But there's no GLSL in here. Rendered. So it's gotta just be like hard-coded in here somewhere. Maybe if I just look for like texture 0. Okay, well, I guess at least this gives us something. So I can keep this. Fragment text chord, fragment color. frag height. Okay, this is interesting. See if I can get this to work. We definitely don't need all this other crap. Okay, loaded successfully. Undefined variable frag height. This is going to be fragment color. This vertex dot y. File loaded successfully, compiled successfully. That's bad. Where's like the super basic Raylib example, dang it? Yeah, color mix, FS, resources, shaders. Let me just go find this example one, because this will probably have enough in it for me to use. What's it called? Okay, so this one is called multiple sample 2D. And they load resources, shader, color mix. Okay. So they do have all this. matter. This probably doesn't matter at all. Hmm. Why isn't this red? Implicit. Okay. Color. It's gonna be way easier without the leak. Okay. Implicit, so we can get rid of this. What the heck is going on with this? Oh, final color. Okay, so this says loaded successfully. But this is not drawing for some reason. Only hard thing about shaders is getting them to actually do anything, and then there it's very easy. Once they do anything to doing what you want is not as hard as just getting the thing to freaking load correctly. Every freaking time. I swear, it's just every time. Find that example. This doesn't need load shader 0. Yeah, this is correct, this shader load. Then you have begin shader mode. Draw the model. Texture 0. Not have to do. You have to do this. I don't have this texture I'm sampling from. How I do it for MOBA? This is because I have game map. Does it not work when you do a 3D model? Good, right? Definitely work for a 3D model. Begin shader mode of shader. Yeah, this is correct. Cool. I'm just gonna type this shit into Grok. Look at this. Get rid of this. Struct as well. Material shader isn't properly set. Is that a thing? Shader must assign. Okay, so this is just a docs thing. Cool. Perfect. Now we can very easily do what the heck we want. Vertex position. What should be the value of vertex position? Okay, so this gives you the shading. Frag text chord. That's kind of weird though, right? Because like, not just where it is on the screen. This is the correct attribute, but why is it 2D? Vertex extra coordinates. Where's the I had the docs for this, right? I had like a window with docs, and here it is. This thing has vertex text chord, vertex normal. Okay. Do you want the fragment height? Vertex Y. This thing thinks that it should be normalized height. So it should just be the position. A vertex position, that's what I thought it would be, right? But this apparently is not correct because this just gives you black. Invert 3 vertex position. That is a default attribute. Upload mesh to send. There upload mesh? Yeah, we do have upload mesh. What is false on this? On. I think what I could be doing dumb here. Where'd my stream go? Not y over 32. Oh, here it is. Finally. Base vertex shader. This is what I was looking for. Vertex position. Get fragment text chord. Yeah, so this is not passed. I'm dummy. Vertex position. Was it fragment text chord and fragment color? So this needs to be out, right? Yeah, you literally just have to make this an output variable as well, right? Wait, vertex text chord. You just need frag position. And just do this. And actually, that'll just make it work, I think. Like this. Comma. Frag position. All right, there you go. Now we can actually write a basic shader for this thing pretty easily, I imagine. Now we actually just have to make this thing adjust a little bit more, right? Basic thing. Trying to get some basic viz map. There we go. Okay, there's no gradient. Kind of expect be a gradient. Dummy. Okay, way better. So now we actually get some sort of gradient. The point of doing this is that we're actually going to be able to tell when it has modified the terrain. That's there should be a draw FPS function, right? Okay, so it can only get like 60 something FPS because of the way we're doing the mesh bullshit. Dynamic mesh update. Update mesh buffer. Is that a thing? It is a thing. Update height mesh map. Let's do client mesh. It's going to be create height map mesh. How they deal with that? Mesh vertices. Okay. Draw model. Load model from mesh. Oh, okay. So can you do like this? Okay. So doesn't do much, but Okay, so there's that. Now we have to call update buffer. Instead of unload, we do update buffer. This does have normals. Okay, and we get vertex count. We get this here, update mesh buffer. Okay, this is totally fine. Is this going to use it? No, this doesn't have updating the buffer, right? Upload mesh. This has upload mesh. It doesn't have update mesh buffer. And then this is update for a specific buffer index. Void star. So it int data. So the signature here is correct. Data size and then offset. This seems correct to me then. Update mesh buffer. So one is UVs, I guess. Hex coords of 0. Okay, so why are we segfaulting then? Oh, well this should not be upload. This is update height map mesh. It should be something like this, maybe? Not uploaded yet? Ah, there we go. And we're not doing anything with this yet, but this is something. Hey, Plasma. Working on the end. I had a really stupid hack for how we were rendering the mesh before, so I'm fixing that so we can actually render it fast enough so that we can see what's going on. Oh, was that your PR? Yeah, I've been meaning to merge that. Hang on. Ah, it works. It gloriously works. Look at that. The environment gloriously works, except it's still uploading meshes constantly. Okay, I will take a look at that then. We only get 100 FPS. Figure that out. I have to figure out how we can get the thing to sync way faster. Plasma. I tried installing. Void still gives me reward trouble. Not giving up though. Yeah, I just fixed basics for you. You gotta take a look at like our new tutorial length and like clean up logic. There's so many places where you can screw stuff up, and the checklist is a good thing to use. Alright, this is fine. Thank you for PR. Update height map. Okay, also, okay. It's still only 100 FPS. Be dramatically faster than that. I guess we are kind of doing the entire map in deltas. So we're not really doing deltas. And that's the super lame-o way, right? And then we can render like, what, 300 FPS? Yeah, easy 300, right? That's like good speed for actually. I honestly want more. Do like 600 FPS. There you go. We're gonna do 8192 steps for this. All right, I will be right back. You're the best. Keep doing. Thank you very much, sir. Well, this is a weird learning curve, huh? Is this, Oh, it only got 2 data points. I see. Annoying. Well, let's at least watch it. It's just because the episode length is too long. Yeah, that's terraforming. I mean, it's like trying, right? I think we give it some better observations. Hang on. I got some folks here. 1 second. Hey, Red, yeah. What implementation question you got? Why do you use LSTM? I'm not seeing any temporal data, or is there? RL is inherently temporal, like, it's a sequential decision-making problem. You get, from the last time step, there's a state. The state goes to the next time step, and so on and so forth. So each time step is only using one state of the LSTM. But, like, it's inherently a sequential problem, right? Also, yeah, our LSTM implementation is just good, so we just use it everywhere. I think we give them a bigger bucket capacity. Yeah, LSTM good. We give them a bigger bucket capacity. And then what we do is gives us anything else. Bigger bucket size. No. Interesting. So is it learning less? Or is this some quirk of really long episodes? Reds, the RL is inherently, unless you're doing like a bandit problem, it's inherently a sequential decision problem. Like you're making an observation in the end. You're taking an action, and then you make another observation based on what happens, and you take another action. Right? It's a sequential action problem. Okay, so I think there's definitely something wrong with this. Hmm. Now it goes back up. Hmm. It's kind of tough to say. Because, like, the thing is that here, when you have the episodes this long, yeah, like the episodes being this long can mess it up. Mess up the logging, I mean. You're doing something here, right? But they don't seem great. Well, yeah, I have everything accentuated so you can actually see what's going on. Yeah. You can definitely see it's just they're not doing it at the moment. They have the ability to take out a good chunk. ST, which is valid. You do have long trajectories technically, right? The state keeps getting preserved. But then when you train in backprop, you take like segments, usually like length 64 segments as training data. The way I'm doing it is entirely standard as well. There's nothing weird here. Like we have a couple small efficiency hacks, but the framing of it's entirely standard. Oops, and actually, so length tick returns. Something like this probably works. Do a few experiments, but something around this will work. Idea is that you reset when they stop making good progress. So the smarter the agents get, the better progress they can make. Ah, this is not going to work the way I wrote it. Try something like this instead. This might be way too generous. You'll see. Oh yeah, bet. So it's tableau, so it's flat, but not at ground level. That is the current goal map. Pretty much. Step. I think this is too aggressive. Gotta rebuild. I just gotta find good reset conditions and all that stuff. Turned added, divide by tick, divide by num agents. Maybe they're just getting a ton of reward, I don't know. Oh yeah, they're just getting too much reward here. Group size is at 5? No, it's 10. Okay, that's something. So this is... Yeah. Way better. We'll see if it's stable or not. Hello, Casper. We doing Morse code now? Yeah, so this levels out at about the curse guy. Welcome as well. We are leveling out here at 33-ish with the current setup. We have lots of stuff we can tweak, though. I do want to see how this policy does. Or what this policy does. Thoughts on Dreamer v3? Cool approach. Good results. Too bad half of the tricks that they advertise are wrong. Or at least don't do what they say they do. Kind of mad about that one. They wasted 10,000 GPU hours worth of compute on, well, we had to, doing ablations on it to find out that it really wasn't what the heck it was presented as. So, I'm a bit miffed about that paper. Whoa, okay. Yeah, that's some terraforming action, right? I gotta let this go maybe a little longer. On the reset. I don't think, like, it's not like the whole paper is wrong, but all the tricks that they say make it really robust and stable are total bullshit. So I think that it's, like, something to do with their world model formulation letting them scale to gigantic networks. I forgot to recompile, didn't I? Oops. Okay, we'll get this done, and then we will... Maybe we even set up a sweep on this. I don't know. It's pretty freaking awesome already. Terraforming. I have really good ideas on how to sweep this, actually, because, like... So the cool thing with this environment is there is a, like, absolutely correct global score function you can compute, which is this the sum of deltas between this and the target map. So, like, I can actually add some pretty awesome metrics on that. Thing. I don't know if this one is training quite as well, because this one is slightly lower perf with longer episode length. We shall see. Say the ending state is Mega Scarp with some pretty impressive escarpments. Agents ascend and descend without impediment. Currently, yes, we will be accounting for that, though. I mean, this is like a brand new env. I mean, we're not there yet, right? This is like early testing on stuff. Yeah, I don't think that this agent is going to be quite as good. Yeah, I mean, it's doing stuff. But yeah, it's getting lower score than before. I think that the more frequent resets were actually good for it. We'll keep this here. And then I think I'm going to train this, and in the meantime, I'm going to fix a few graphics. Okay. Came out purple. There we are. It's a lot more Marsy, right? Pretty mesmerizing. It's not super smart yet, though. I mean, there are several reasons, though, that this could be the case. Let's go compile this thing. 30 FPS. Okay, I mean, they can definitely take a decent chunk of dirt out. Like, they can definitely take a decent chunk of dirt out. Yeah, so the acceleration is -2. Try this. See if this lets them be dramatically different. Because we're going to have an apples to apples comparison now. Yeah, so get rid of this one. This one didn't do very well. Idea here is that they accelerate so slowly right now that, like, the way the M dynamics work, it's kind of more efficient to just drive in circles and like pick up dirt and spew it everywhere. I think that they're actually going to be able to be more precise if they have more control over their acceleration. We'll see. Hmm. Any ideas here? So apparently this did not help, which is interesting. Unless, hang on. No, I did recompile. definitely did recompile. So that is unfortunate. Maybe we make them not be able to drive into to drive through cliffs next. What we do is we'll stuck. User height. Quote. But we got bucket offset here. What is the best way to do this? Add some additional restrictions. Sure. We're moving forward. I'm trying to think how we do the collisions. A good simple way to do the collisions. We can just set velocity to 0. Okay, so we do I'm trying to think what the heck how we do this. Because like the thing is, you need them to be able to back out, but there's no notion of like a front of the dozer. Oh, I know what we can do. I mean, it's kind of jank, but we do this bucket shenanigans. So idea is if you try to go somewhere and the height difference is too big, you get stopped. Okay, so yeah, this drops. The dirt drops in the wrong spot is all. Because it's around the dozer now. Tricky. I need to adjust the camera on this thing. Do I use X, Y? I do use Z as height. Okay. Z is up. Still no? I thought this would do something. Camera. Okay, that's looking at something, I guess. I don't know why this thing does not make sense to me. Hang on. If I go like this, am I higher up? Yeah, I am higher up, right? Okay. See? In. Wait. It is 115. Okay. Okay. Good. So confused. Oh. Is it just clipping? Yeah, so there's something crazy going on because it's like at the exact position. I wonder if what if this one has to be 0 and this one has to be? Okay, so the directions are messed up. Hang on, so this is probably why. But it's not, is the thing. Because this is like, this is zoom, right? Not. No, that is zoom. So like, Camera rotation, maybe. Three D camera split screen. If third person. Not gonna work. Oh wait, camera mode. Leave it like this for now. Yeah, the fact that this is stuck is weird. Byte 20. This seems like wrong indexing. Wait, what? Oh, is X like totally screwed up? No, these are totally fine. What's Z? That byte 106. X is some crazy thing. Redefined or something? Like the Y is also screwed up, right? That's crazy. Why is it being like this? Percent D. Print. Fine. Okay, X, so dest X, dest Y is totally fine. And then X is just screwy for some reason. not like a cast thing, right? Like what is this? Okay, we're just gonna put a breakpoint. Like this is ridiculous. Oh wait, specifies. But yeah, it doesn't break on these. Okay, so we get undefined behavior here. Really weird that that's freaking undefined behavior, I will say. Oh yeah, that is outside. What? Ah. It'll be 20. It's very weird to me that that is undefined behavior. Like the hell? It's not just that's kind of crazy. Sometimes it just decides that now you're not moving. It's weird. Oh, is it the Z? Confused. Dozer height was registered as way higher than it should. Y times M size plus X. Isn't that what we do? You're right. It's float. Okay, so immediately. This is freaking wrong, right? Reasonable. Like, am I going nuts somehow? Like, why? Oh, this should be fine. Is that the actual dozer Y? Okay, so it says dozer X is 105, Y is from. So that doesn't agree with what we have here. Dozer 0.x. Oh, are you dumb? I think I'm dumb. Hang on. I think I'm real dumb. Yeah. Yeah, real dumb. Yeah, it's a different dozer. Okay. My bad. 325. Okay, so now we can do this. Okay, but as soon as you run into something, it's basically. Okay, so this is good. This is where we want. Dozer X. Okay, so now we actually get height. So this is 26, which makes absolutely no sense. Test height is correct. Is this casting shenanigans? Is that what this is? Gotta be casting shenanigans, right? Yeah, you know what this is? This is gonna give you like half of a row, I bet. No, you actually get... Did I not rebuild? Oh, I did. Dozer height. It claims the position is... Claims the dozer's on a hill. I do not understand why. I think this is it either, though, right? I bet. For some reason, this is still claiming that the dozer is at weird height. 6. I wonder if it's hang on. So it's not like some memory overwrite shenanigans. Right there at 318. Moves a bit. No, it's not the destination. The destination is fine. It's like crazy annoying. Do I have the indexing just wrong somehow? When I make this map, I would be so surprised if it's So this immediately fails. But that doesn't make sense how that immediately fails. And the thing is that they were a height map on the render. Fine. Times size. So this is y times size plus x. Y times size plus x. That's what we have. Is there just some random like single spike in the map that's not? No, there can't just be like some random single spike, right? And like I can't scoop it either, it says. Bizarre. Come on. We literally still have this, don't we? We're fine. Still hit it. I have absolutely no idea what's happening. I have no idea. It's like I'm rendering the terrain from the same map. It's very weird. It's like a super basic sim as well. We should not be hitting this level of bullshit this early on into dev of the sim. This is like very easy. Especially considering we shouldn't even hit it here. Like, if anything, it should tell us that the destination is too tall. We shouldn't be able to get to this tile. Which means that, like, you would think it would be something. Something with the indexing. But the indexing looks fine. So we get like this. Like 26, whatever. Okay, and somehow map height frickin' change on us. Okay, so here, this is gonna catch it. I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick. Be back and we'll figure out what the heck is going on with this thing. Hey Spencer, I'm stuck on a bug. I'm trying to add collisions, and I'm stuck on a bug where they're like phantom collisions. It's a really cool sim though. I can show you it. Kind of. It thinks it's colliding with something here. I added a shader and did a few other things as well. Good. Doza. want me to work on anything. Once I figure out this bug, the thing is that this shouldn't be possible because we just checked this above, right? Those are velocities -5 as well. Yeah. One sec, folks. Oh, my bad. Probably better I was muted. Just a bunch of swearing at ridiculous code. Go check for them. I don't have that in my branch and it's still broken. I've run Sutton and Bardo doing independent research. I think going for PhD will be worth it. You do a PhD if you know that you want to do a PhD. That's my recommendation. Like, you go like figure out what a PhD entails, publications, the like 5 years of doing whatever, and if like that appeals to you, you do a PhD. If not, you do other things. I don't try to make people go do a PhD, right? It's like if you want to do a PhD, do a PhD. This is still 0 reward. How is this still not freaking fix it is my question. Array of int action. Okay, so they don't have this. This is also insane. Okay, this thing gets 0 reward. This never gets any data into rewards. They never get any rewards. check out this freaking commit. I gotta sync this thing. It's ridiculous. I'm gonna just clone there. Why they're using make files. ridiculous thing. Probably just pip install PufferLib, right? No, it's they have a weird setup. And help understanding what the hell they've been doing. Doing. It's literally like, please install AWS CLI on your Mac to run training. God. And it's like not even in here. I have no idea what the hell they're doing with I don't know why the hell they would have it set up like mind-bogglingly overcomplicated. And like the devs who work on it literally don't know where it is in their own code because they have too much stuff. I mean, this isn't my fault that they did it this way. Like, I'm trying to get them baselines, but they introduced a bug where they have all their rewards 0, and like they've got 15 engineers, and they have not been able to figure this out for multiple days because of how complicated it is. Which is like, fair enough, it's hard to like get this stuff simplified with larger teams, but like, I mean, it's not done in a way that I can help them at all. You can try, it's not going to make any sense. I don't even know how to run their code.